Bob Ross, I'll take it. What's up, 80s Room? What's up, Amy? Right about there. So, hope you guys are doing well. I woke up today. Wow, it felt like Friday. So now this week is just instantly feels incredibly long, and hope you guys are doing well. So, I want to, there's a craft I've been wanting to do for a while, which seems like it would be useful to have for a couple of reasons, and it is a sort of DIY scroll. I've had these dowel rods sitting here for a while. And these are drawer pulls. I don't need the screws. I actually have a different plan for connecting them. It should not be, I don't think, a very difficult craft. I think this assembly is like 90% of it. But we shall see. So my plan, which may or may not work, so I've bored these ahead of time. I bored these holes on either side that are just about right for these little wooden dowels. Because what I wonder is if I can basically kind of glue and sort of tighten one end of this dowel rod into this pull, and then the other side of it in there with wood glue, and effectively get as secure a connection as is needed here. And part of that part of why I want to try it this way is that if you think about how drawer pulls connect, it usually goes through and then gets screwed in from the other side, and well, there is no other side. So that's what I'm gonna tinker with. If it works, I'll make a bunch of them, because I think I've got a lot of uses for them. But right now what I have in mind is to make this and then put the sort of the Feywild poem on this. So find some paper and glue it in place, probably some fairly long paper it'll have to pull off at a distance, but we'll figure that out once I get this set and gluing. And I don't even know, I mean, I'll probably just like hit this with a, this is really hardly ever visible, so just a little bit of paint will do, and I think these will probably be just fine. I don't think I need to paint these or anything, so I think it's going to be like a really straightforward thing. Glues. I keep those over here. I'm looking around like, don't know where anything is. I find anytime I'm working with wood, it's hard to beat wood glue. So we'll do that. Make the paper 12 feet long. It'll definitely be a good, yeah, it might be a sheet and a half or 2 sheets, depending on what I decide to put on there. Oh yeah, and I have this. I almost forgot. I have this pull for chat over here. Might as well see what it is. I could lead us anywhere. Let's see. Right. So, I want to start a new stream called R&D&D, which is just for playing games. And so, there's a question of what to play. I have some ideas, but I'm curious what everybody else thinks. Let's see, will that fit? Yeah, that fits pretty well. So these are my ideas for which to play on stream. Both narrative and interesting games. Helps if I keep it on screen. I know, I'm aware. Some I know a little bit about. Some I don't know hardly anything about. And figure we'll just see what everybody thinks, or if people have other ideas. All of them? Well, I gotta start somewhere. And with how long the week has been, and given that I'm sort of finishing the one project and probably looking at the next one right on the back of it, I'm looking at tomorrow night thinking maybe I'll take a break and try this stream concept out. Maybe. So play Jackbox. Jackbox is so the part that compels me, or that makes me want to play, is like kind of with a purpose, not to turn playing games into work. But I want to play games that are going to give me sort of inspiration and ideas for the games that I run. And I'm also curious, really curious about kind of what we as, because we're it's sometimes strange to think about it, but like tabletop, we're definitely game designers. And to see what we can mine from these games while playing them, because I haven't actually played that many games since I've been running games. I don't actually play games that often, so this is also an idea to remedy that a little bit. So I don't think that there's a whole lot to mine from Jackbox. Maybe sometimes, maybe especially with kind of the play with the audience type of stuff, that could be fun. Is this triggering? To be fair, it's really soft, these dowels, and this is a basically broken pair of so I'm just using what's nearby. Man, digitally in Photoshop at the table with, there we go, what meager tools I work with here. Man, I catch it from every direction, don't I? Here's another fun trick. If you find yourself working with these kind of dowel rods, they work just great in pencil sharpeners. If you have a need to make one end a little bit thinner, it's just wood, just like a pencil. Softer, actually. Maybe not softer. They're probably similar. That's okay. I tell you, I'm probably the stuff that I'm kind of leaning toward. I mean, Animal Well is pretty new, so that could have its benefits, but I don't really care about how old a game is. 12 minutes is like a time loop game, so I'm super curious about that. Inside, I've wanted to play for a long time because I really liked Limbo. I've always wanted to play Return of the Obra Dinn. So I've kind of snuck in some that I'm curious about, but Yeah, scissors work too, especially if they're nice craft scissors. Yeah, definitely. I just try to pick whatever is going to be the most disturbing, and that's the tool I want to use. That's the methodology that I want. Oh. It's an interesting note. I did not know that. No problem, Kira. I'll be here. Don't take Taylor's scissors at all. You learned that the hard way. Sounds like a story. Becomes really hard to sharpen, actually. Lesson learned on that one. I did it again. That was what I didn't want to do. I wanted to mark it so I know. See if my brain can handle even a simple craft tonight. It's just a coffee issue. Just a resource problem. Now I don't know whether the bond here is kind of an experiment, because it's a lot more work to figure out some sort of way to screw things to this dowel. It's kind of doable, but if I can trust in the dowel, if that will work, then these become actually pretty approachable to make in mass. And that's kind of what I'm most interested in. I feel like there'll be a lot of good purposes to put things on a scroll. Feels like too big for what I was trying to do. Yeah, way too big. So I measured that one all wrong. Yeah, for sure. I know. Okay, I follow you now, Amy. Sorry, I get what you're saying. let's see about. Okay. Hey, what's up, Chronix? How's it going? Okay, so this goes on that side. Yeah. The glue is angry. Yeah, I'm super curious about 12 minutes. Is that a vote for 12 minutes, Amy? Or do you want to do more research first? Can I get it? Will it come through? It just... It's all blocked up in there. I don't think it's going to work that way. All right, got to vote. Got to mark the vote. Voting for 12 minutes. Officially, one vote. Hey, cheers, Chronix. What's another sticker idea? Oh, fighting with glue. That would be. Now, but would that does that rank above the character face sticker with a swooped hairline? Because these things compete with one another. I gotta know which is the priority. Not really how this glue was intended to be used, but it will work. Whoa, that's a lot of glue. Hey Vin, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. That's awesome. Glad to hear that. Yeah, it also helps that I'm on before like midnight, which has been I had nothing but D&D the past few days, which is great and fun, but really eats into my evening creative time. Make one of the official, and then all the others will come along. But the hair needs to be on point. You're right. Yeah, I could definitely see. I could definitely see something working like that. I mean, it worked for Conan, right? He has his massive orange swoop. There aren't enough swooped hair. Icons, logos, visual treatments, whatever the heck it is. Vin, I can't complain. I'm just, it's, you know. I think my mind. So these are, yeah. Let me talk about what the heck I'm even doing here. So these are, I think, 12-inch dowel rods cut in half with some holes bored in at either end, like that. About the size of these dowel rods. So my hope is that, or my experiment here, is to see whether dowel rods and wood glue can do the job of affixing these drawer pulls, because that's what are on the ends here. These are just literally, you can get them from anywhere that sells fixtures, kitchen and otherwise. And if it holds, right, because normally like a drawer pull comes with a screw and you kind of put it and it's screwed in from the other side, but that is tricky with this setup. So if the combination of dowel and kind of, that's why I kind of thinned the end with a pencil sharpener and sort of screwed in the wood dowel, hoping that it sort of catches some of those ridges that's expecting a screw. All of this is I don't know whether it's going to be enough, because there is some weight. There's some weight to these drawer pulls, so I'm not sure. But I also know that like wood glue is a little bit of magic when it's like wood to wood. So the only concern is going to be, is it enough between the wood and the drawer pull, or is it going to basically fall apart? In which case I need to investigate new ways of sealing the deal. And obviously I didn't really have a plan past this moment, because now I'm like, okay, give it a minute. Probably could have used another type of glue to help like hold it. Like a little touch of hot glue would probably help in the future to kind of hold it in place while the rest of the glue made it more solid. But just an experiment. And then after this piece, I'll basically paint the dowel just like a darker brown or even black color. I don't know what else feel right. I think brown, like a dark brown would be fine, because you're rarely going to see it. And then go about gluing some long pieces of paper to it to create the scroll. So once I feel good about, maybe I can like lean this somewhere, like prop it up somehow. The nice part is, and the reason that this ended up working pretty well, actually, is that the dowel rod lines up almost perfectly with a drawer pull, so it ends up being a pretty good match. Oh yeah, sorry, I should explain again. So there's a poll for the chat. A new stream I want to do called R&D&D, basically playing games using the time spent playing games to figure out better ways to run D&D games. So sort of research and development, R&D, D&D, R&D&D. But the question is what to play first. So I've got a bunch of options and looking to take a tally. I may actually start this tomorrow night, depending on how my week ends up. I might be looking for a night. Okay. So I think, let's see, what would be the best place? Maybe over here. I'm just waiting to see if it falls over from where I sort of propped it up. Now, any Portal games would be a replay for me, but it'd be kind of fun to revisit, only because there was a heavy dose of the inspiration from Portal for the recent dungeon design, the Dungeon of the Barbarian God. Okay, so while the scroll dries, I'm gonna need some paper. Pull out my paper bin, because we're gonna need to pick some paper for the scroll. Let's see what I have. Got to vote for Night in the Woods. Sorry about my poor mini pencil over there. I will update the vote count accordingly. You know, I saw your posts about the weapons and weapon racks. Those looks really cool. You just say it, and I'll put a tally on the. We're extremely lo-fi here. Nothing too fancy, just Speak your mind. I'll update it. It's all good. I have a hard time understanding everything, and I don't have the excuse of language skills. I guess depending on who you talk to. So obviously can't really go wrong with this. That paper is always awesome. Part of the challenge here too is figuring out whether or not I can extend it. Obviously, this is probably just like way too white. This would have to be dyed, which could be cool. It would definitely take it well. It's got a nice texture, but yeah, probably not. Probably not. I think I'm leaning towards this. I'm trying to see if I can make this one work because this stuff is also too thin. Absolutely. A number of games, some of which I know more about than others. Up here's 12 Minutes. It's a time loop game. I believe Stray follows, you play a stray cat. Cocoon I kind of remember as being some sort of a platformer, like a 2D game. Animal Well is the same, both really strong visuals. Return of the Obra Dinn is, I think, sort of a narrative. I think it also involves some timey-wimey stuff. Portal's a puzzle game. Inside is a narrative platformer. Sort of a left-to-right scroll tells a crazy story. Night in the Woods, I think, is kind of RPG-ish, actually. The only one here that I've played is Portal. And the only reason that I have it on the list here is because it would be kind of interesting to explore. Obra Dinn is really long. Let me see what I wrote down. When I took my original notes on this, I'll find the right. I had noted things like that. Let me see what I thought it was going to take. If I can find where I wrote that down. Yeah, 8 to 9 hours is what I have for Obra Dinn, which would be definitely a long one. Right. That might be a two-nighter, which wouldn't be as fun to start with, probably. But that depends. Yes, video games. Ooh, we have another vote for 12 minutes. Let me get it up there. Let's see. Ah. Portal. I love Portal. Thank you for your vote. Oh, I bet T. It's all Almost. Do I have a clever... Six die types. Those are good ideas, Kira. All right, let me get a vote for Stray. Do I have picks for colors? The 6 die types: red, orange, yellow, green, blue. I haven't. Shamefully, I haven't looked at your poll yet. I feel like I should look at it before I vote. Do I? I don't have enough context yet, do I? It's just picking a color. I mean, if I have to pick a die color, assign colors to dice. Well, here I can hold on. Talk of two polls is. So if I'm pressed, I always pick yellow for my dice because those are my DM dice. That's what I use. Get that. I'll get that on the. Put this one on the list. Outer Wilds that'd be a lot of time. Yeah. Still trying to figure out exactly how to God, how do I do this? Okay, I don't think I want to cut it like that. Oh, trying to. Yeah. Of course. Add it. Ho ho ho! Ho 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 ho! Well. You can't make them all yellow. That sounds like a problem with your system then. It's a bad craftsman that blames their tools, T. I don't know what to tell you. Which isn't true. I've never liked that adage. Like, blame your tools if they suck. Such a strange turn of phrase. Okay, well that's fair. Of course. That's a good rule of thumb. one of the questions that one of the things I've been pondering is whether or not I'll need to paint the drawer pulls, and I'm not actually sure still. I don't think it would make a huge difference, but I go back and forth the more that I look at it. Oh, is that a game? Well, let me throw it up there. I appreciate the recommendation, Vin. I just have to tuck it in. Tuck it in there. Gonna go watch a rom-com with mom. Have fun. That's all I had. I couldn't think of anything else. Not on the spot. I like that idea, Ben. Cool. Definitely. Hey, you know, I mean, when I think about how I want to go about doing this, I mean, my thought process is almost like a weekly thing, right? So that allows for a lot of games to be explored. So you never know. I don't use a glue stick very often. Just take some of the big bad evil guy's fuel here for a minute. What do you mean struggle? Let's see. Yeah. I've played a number of FPS games in my lifetime. Just, I mean, nothing competitive or that would win me any awards or anything like that, but played them. Hey, what's up, Rin? Tonight, this mouse. Yes. So, working on this scroll concept made out of a dowel rod and drawer pulls. Still, the jury is out to see whether or not the wood glue is going to hold everything the way that I put it together, and then just use some few pieces of double-sided tape to help hold it in place while the glue stick hopefully does its job of kind of holding it together. We'll see. Joining pieces of paper like this always makes me a little bit unsure of myself. I think I'll also Seems like a nice maybe this way. This way probably looks better. Your point, neat, nice might mean neat aim. So I suppose okay, so maybe this way, because that would be the direction of the rolling. I don't know. We will just see how it goes. Now the question is, would that be long enough to pen the Fey alphabet poem? Because that's what I want to use this for. I feel like if I played League, that might be a quick end to the whole channel, from what I know of it. Okay, let me... Let's see, the first-person shooter that I think I ever played was probably Half-Life. And that was my jam. Hey, what's up, G? Played Half-Life. I mean, in fact, basically back, probably within 2 years of it coming out. Then I would have certainly played Halo. Halo 2, I think, was definitely college for me, which I remember being pretty good at. I played other, obviously GoldenEye. Did that predate Half-Life for me? I feel like GoldenEye would have had to be the first. So it would have probably been GoldenEye, then Half-Life, and then Halo, and then Half-Life again, because Half-Life 2. And at that point, like, half of all games really are first-person shooters. But, like, in terms of the noteworthy ones, those are definitely the ones that come to mind. This is a cutting mat, specifically an Olfa, O-L-F-A cutting mat. It is about 25 by 36 inches, 24 by 36 inches. So it's like a whole table surface. You know, I never got into Gears Chronix. It just sort of, it missed me. Link to a video showing to like him. I mean, sure. If you want to drop it in the Discord, I can check it out. Hey, what's up, Noel? Yes, cutting mat. And everybody who jumped in, feel free to weigh in on the poll. Taking votes for which game to play potentially tomorrow by kicking off this new R&D&T stream. So if you guys have any opinion on any of these or additional suggestions, we've had a couple added like E-Shade, It Takes Two, Trine. I'll keep the list going. We can just start force ranking it over time and see what everybody wants to take a look at. Okay. Could be a horror game. We could learn a lot from a horror game. Horror is one of the hardest things to do. You can't really make your players scared, so it's a really tricky thing to try to do, actually. So that would be interesting. Where is my... No. It Takes Two made you cry. That'd be a good one. So 12 minutes, Obra Dinn, and Animal Well. I never actually stipulated one vote per person. Is that 3 votes? Hexo isn't that? Well, they're all great. They're all great options. The question is where to start. Heartbreaker, Stray, Portal's a good start. Everything All at Once, Divide Your Monitor, alternate between games. Becomes like it's like, okay, that we got to a level select on that game, now we switch again. Switch. I feel like that might go against purposes, but I'm glad that everybody has positive things to say. Portal's excellent. That's the only one on this list that I've played. But would happily revisit, knowing that there would definitely be more to do. Or more that I could pull from it now. Yeah, Half-Life would be fun to revisit just from a nostalgia perspective. But yeah, an FPS, like, I don't know, like we might get there eventually, especially once we figure out even what this stream idea is, because, you know, all I can do is, you told people you were an intern at Aperture. Good one. Sounds almost like you're giving an update on your D&D game there, Chronix. That your players, conjured lions, did not survive against the the unexpectedly strong giant forces. But I know what you mean, actually. Need a new blade on that one. So something I was thinking about today, and I double checked and confirmed it's true, which isn't a surprise because I knew we were sort of trending this way. So obviously I sent the riddle stones off to my friend, and we are basically ready to send off the second one. And I spoke. I did get confirmation that the riddle stones are very popular with the kids. Don't have a lot of detail, but definitely got the impression that they were enjoying them. They're a central gimmick in the game that they were playing, and so I look forward to hearing more stories about that. However, as much as I have the what do you call it? As much as the second one is ready to go and the third one will probably quickly follow it, reasonably speaking, they're not going to get there for the camp, which I've realized for a good week or two. They've been in their last phase of the camp, and I know that. I'm still going to finish the projects. It does put a little bit of a damper on it for me, but I think I'm more interested in finishing kind of the project that I set out, still sending it off, even if it won't make this year's camp. The way that I've started thinking about it now is I think this will be a failed project that's like one of the coolest things I've ever done. So I'm happy about it, but it is like, oh, okay, it would have been nice to get everything there, but it is still cool that they got something and they were able to use that and play with it. And honestly, everything that's come out of actually pushing myself to make this stuff has been like is gonna get, I think, really exciting. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you guys relate to this, and this may be too in the weeds and not interesting to explore, but do you guys ever have like there's like a slump that comes after finishing something creatively, where it can there's almost a creative like depression that comes after. It's terrible music. I don't even necessarily mean like depression in the full sense of that word, but there's a downward slope that comes. There's like a what do you call, like a deflation almost after something's done, because now it's done. And for me this week, it was getting the shop work done that I was doing, and also now we're kind of finished with this like 50-page adventure. And I think that's why tonight I'm like, let me just work on a different kind of craft, and maybe tomorrow I'll play a game to kind of create some buffer and some space, because it's like, man, this is kind of a weird feeling. These are big projects that are sort of there's a finality to it. I mean, even though it's not, like both of the things I just mentioned will get lots of iterations over time. But yeah, like I said, there are weird creative feelings associated with some of that stuff. Not sure if anybody else relates to that or not. Yeah. And jumping into new projects for sure. Yeah. That definitely helps. Yeah, Rin, well put. Postpartum production. Well, I think, and for me, I think it depends on where I am, sort of in the from like a motivation perspective, because sometimes it's strangest to go from the heights to then the sort of the stillness, because I get so sort of single-minded and focused that then coming out the back one, I think the bigger that something is, and then sort of coming down is like it feels similar to being sad, but it's like, I don't think I'm sad. I think I was just like operating, I was buzzing up here, and then I came back down to normal, you know? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but it's interesting to think about. C, D, E, F, G, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Start here. So I've got this, yeah, never mind. I think I'll just get started on it. Actually, I'll get started on it after I get more coffee, because I'm running low. Oh, Chronix, have you ever had a project that you didn't finish, but didn't give up on it, but haven't worked on it in a long time? Oh yeah. I have my shelves are just littered with projects that I've basically set down for a time and haven't gone back to yet. Some of which I really, really want to get back to. I've got my right there, that magic shop to paint. It's probably my favorite building I've ever made. And it's not painted. Who knows how much I'll like it once I paint it. I mean, I think in terms of like kind of dropping projects, or at least pausing projects, I think that I found a good stride with that, because I just go like, well, as long as I'm doing something. Yeah. Absolutely, Ren. Thanks for asking. There you go. I have a video concept on that. I've been writing a script for one of my dropped projects for a few months now, and I keep writing it and rewriting it because I want it to be another one of these videos that sort of dissolves on itself, because I think that there's a all right, I'll dive into this. It is a crafting topic. It's a crafting stream, so this is fun. I think that there is a really, like, I don't think it's a negative thing, but I think it's funny, and it's tied to sort of the entertainment nature of channels and what people are sort of encouraged and motivated to do. Everything kind of always gets conversation around certain crafting projects always makes things seem a little bit like they're easier than they are. And so I wanted to take one of my projects and basically be like, how to do this in 7 easy steps, right? It's going to be a short, so it's like, wow, how do you do that? But over the course of the steps, it becomes like this unaccomplishable task that just doesn't get done by the end of the video. Like, that's the basic premise. So I'll shoot that. I'll do that at some point, because I think it's a topic that I like. It's like baking shows or cooking shows. It's like it's not real. Like, it is, they're doing it, but it's not true to life in terms of what it's like to actually kind of go through the creative process. Like imagine a cooking show. Like, nobody would ever do this. Imagine a cooking show where the person's just like, I I just can't get this you know, if like these shows have to end with a bow on it. It has to come out because it's about giving the vicarious experience of like, oh, okay, now I don't have to make it. But some of the most interesting videos, I love when creators are vulnerable and kind of show the stuff that didn't work or that they didn't get accomplished or that it failed or that it just sort of is like a, I guess that's it type of video and moving on. But it's actually fairly rare because everybody wants to make obviously good content, and that's not always the best content. But I think about it. But long story short, yeah, I have lots of stuff. I have my Western town that I haven't finished nearly at all. I have that shop there. I have a whole set of modular holes, which is hard to describe, but it's basically like the way you might traverse a well, like to go down into a well. I've got that. That's been sitting on my shelf incomplete for well over a year. What else do I have? A bunch of stuff that can be expanded on, like different modular sets that I sort of intended to make a lot more of and then didn't. Yeah, bunches of stuff like that. Right. Now, I will get coffee and then I will return. And honestly, coffee's made. I don't have to heat it up, so it'll probably be not very long at all. Be right back. just means you're trying to get stuff done at night, right? Your friends sound well adjusted. They probably have normal circadian rhythms and go to sleep when the sun goes down and awake when it comes up, and are probably all the better for it. Where did I put my paper? What I'm trying to sort out is the process by which I'm going to make these. And I think I was doing it backwards from the ideal. That's what I think. I'm going to try it again. I actually don't think that I have to paint this because I think I'm going to just use the scroll. Assuming I can get it on straight. Or straight enough. Because I think that the trick to the scroll stuff is that I probably want to write from the bottom up, I think. Which will be a little bit annoying down here at the bottom to get it, but I could always give myself a buffer, right? It doesn't have to end right there, but I think that's the look I want when a scroll is held. Like, this paper basically accomplishes what I want. I just have to, like, secure it that way, basically. That's what I think. That's what I think. See if I can do the same thing I was doing before. You think so, Chronic? Could be. I think they each probably serve a different purpose, right? Like, no, I think you may be right, honestly. Probably also depends on the group, but I think it's, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if you can, if you like doing it and you can spare the time to do it, yeah, I think it makes a big, I would agree. I'm adding tape to help it sort of hold in place while the glue cures, because this is going to be like curved around. I don't want it to pull away. Not even sure if it'll be enough. But all right, we'll see if that is enough. Oh, you ran the dungeon? Inspired by some of the mapping we did and had a blast. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Actually, that reminds me. Let me pull up, because I think I have it over here. The the map that I've been working on these past few nights is like placed into my booklet here. And I forget who it was. I think maybe Kira suggested, which I agree with, it probably needs to become something of its own at some point. It might just need to be a standalone map, or maybe I find a way to get it on a scroll like this or something, because it's pretty dang cool looking. Shoot. It honestly makes me want to make a dungeon map that allows you to sort of like see the next one down and then like keep going and keep going, like, you know what I mean? That'd be kind of fun. Let's try giving this more time. Need to get some rubber bands for stuff like this. Okay. Thank you. All right. So once that is in a better state, glue a little bit, I'll try writing from the bottom up and just see how many pages it takes. That way I can tear away from the top end when I feel like it's long enough. Does that mean I want to what to do? There. Let me switch over here. I think there's a thing or two. I think I can almost print this. There we go. This is what we need. One of my favorite really lo-fi crafts that I'll have to do. I have to find a new version of on the channel at some point, was the robe of useful items that I gave my wife during our solo or our duet game that we both kind of learned to play the game playing. And if you're not familiar with it, the robe of useful items is like a core D&D 5e item. And it is a robe with a number of different patches sewn on, and the idea is that each one of those patches represents an object, and the player can sort of rip it off, and that's an object now. So it's sort of, over time, it's less and less useful. So I liked that, but I didn't want it to be a cut and dry experience. I thought it'd be more fun if she sort of had to guess what the items were. So I took a notebook just like a little, you know, 3x5 style notebook. And I went through and I did my best attempt at drawing in pretty thick lines each of the useful items and objects that was part of that magic item. And I just gave that to her, and I told her that that's representative of the robe, and you can tear them out whenever you want to sort of, you know, put that object to use. And it was fun because she had to just kind of guess, like, I think this is a rope and not a snake. I think this looks like a whatever, which led to some fun outcomes. All that to say that that's what I think of when I think about this handy top hat a little bit. Because it has, well, first of all, access to two crazy things. One, Mr. Twister is impossible because 2d10 will never roll a 1. And then at a 20, it's actually Twister's Arcane Scepter, which is like his special item. So that would be an interesting twist on the whole thing. Beyond that, every other number is bunny because it's a magical fey top hat, and so there are bunnies. They aren't attack bunnies though. These bunnies just they're just bunnies. But useful items. So what do I have in here? I have raft and I have ladder. I need to add some more items. Rope is always kind of boring, even though it can be useful. So let's say like 50 feet of rope. Pulling what's funny to pull out of a hat. We already got a raft and a ladder, which I think both are funny. Probably like a like maybe what are the types of things that get stashed there and then retrieved, either by Twister or just it's just how the hat works. That's just what's in there. How about yeah, rope's good all around. Pouch with 300 gold coins. Because why not? What else could be in there? Be kind of fun if there was something that was like, what is that doing there? yeah, maybe there's rope, but there's also just like for whatever reason like 1d6 snakes. Not sure why there'd be snakes in the top hat, but maybe. The old mine is a blank. How many do I need? One. So there's 1, 2, literally 3 things. There's not that much that can fit in here. Probably should add a note about how it can't be emptied out. That would sort of that would defeat all the fun. So I could even type. Not a raft. But a small boat. And could be some sort of tools, maybe. Kind of stuff players like to get creative with, right? Maybe like a maybe it's like something that allows them to track somebody down. I'm trying to think of like, you know what? Boom. Turns out that's what's in the hat. They can make sense of it. So I think I want to try printing it while my stuff is drying. I think that could be fun. because this is a big guy, which I'm gonna need some paper for. Need to clear some room. I feel like I've been working messy, just been gathering, just like you guys can't see, but it's just, well, you can kind of see. Everything just sort of surrounds me at a certain point. Fire up the BBEG here, and then think about how many more sheets I need. Oh, good! I have a bunch of hole punched pages in there. That would be very useful, wouldn't it? Not at all. Don't print on those. So I will need some more paper. I have a bunch of paper that's the wrong size. Not this. This is the right size. But I have so much paper that is the wrong size that I don't want it to go to waste. So I've just been cutting it down to the right size to print this booklet. Get my games sorted there properly. Let's see here. So when I print it, it will be 2 copies because that's just the only option I have. So I know it's going to take 24 sheets to print it. let's see here. So if I'm printing all, then the preview suggests 48, 1, 2, 47. Finally, the print stream can begin. While we listen to the lovely tones of the printer, some of the folks in the Discord noticed and have mentioned, I'll point this out to the stream as well. Actually, no, I don't have the right stuff for it. Never mind. I'll do it tomorrow. There we go. There's the outermost piece. Just a simple 48-page booklet, no big deal. Yeah, I was gonna call it. Well, I might as well. The only reason I don't have a link here, I can drop a link here. Anybody on the stream is welcome to check out as well. Let me see if I can get this. This. I made a sticker pack. It's up on brand new shop.ryanmldm.com. Hopefully I typed it out correctly in the chat. Didn't check, but I think it's fine. Stickers from these shows. Some stickers I've designed. The Dungeon Masters Only Secret Fifth sticker. And if you pick this up and if you use the discount code from stream, there is a secret stream sticker as well. So Kira, how am I going to bind it? I will either wait, what am I? Oh, this one. Yeah, right. I can try to saddle stitch it, but it may have to be perfect bound, which I don't know. I don't know how I don't know which way I'm gonna do it yet. If it seems like it can be done, maybe it can be done. But I just don't know. Print booklet. So I think it's just a matter of counting it down. So 1, 2, 4. Let me make sure though. Oops. So next it's 3, 4, 45, 46. Shoot, what did I say it was? So 3, 4, 45, 46, right? I think so. 46. 46, which will then be staring across at 47. Spread 2, 4, 45, 46, 47. Okay, print. This would be 5, 6, I think 43, 44. Let's see if I'm right guessing that. Uh, 4, 5. Wait. So spread 1. Spread 2, spread 3, spread 4, right. Okay, so 5, 6, 13, 11. What? No, sorry, 13, 11. That's 43, 44. 5, 6, 43, 44. So then it would be 7 and 8. Just guessing, but I'm pretty sure. 7 and 8 and 42, 41, 42. 41, 42, because then it goes 42, 43. So I think it has to be that. Yes, the big bad evil machine is running. We have, as is tradition, 2 booklets printing out. Which rom-com was it? I need more coffee. Ah, the lake house. That's Keanu, right? Or am I thinking of a different lake house? Let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10, 41, 42, 39, 40, I think. So it's a 48-page beast, so it's 12 sheets. I hate this stupid machine. Just continue. Doesn't need to do anymore. Printed the 2 pages. That's all it needed. Wait, no, it isn't. I hate this thing. I hate this printer. I hate this printer. I hate this printer. It runs out of paper, so what does it do? It doesn't continue if you give it more paper. It starts over. It's great. It's great. Maybe I specifically told it to do that. But I don't care. It should know better. It knows what it printed. Try again. So about your colors and dice pool, you have 4 responses, and results are scattered all over the place for everything except 1. Everyone agrees on 1. All right, well, I can let me pull it up and give it the time of day, so I can make sure I understand it, and answer it properly. course. Fire off another. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Survey time. All right. So match dice shapes and color off of vibes. Will do. Please match each die type to one and only one color. Don't match more than one die type to the same color. I see. Okay, now I understand the question. So we've got D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D20. We've got red, orange, yellow, green, blue, pink. So which ones go where? Thinking. D4, I think, feel like blue because those are magic missile, just like force damage. That kind of feels like blue. I think D8s are yellow. D8s, I use a lot of D8s as a DM, and my DM dice are yellow, so that's where I think of that. Green feels like a D20, I think. D6, I could give red for, that's sneak attack. That feels appropriate. So then what, D10 and D12? Pink and orange, well, D12 is sort of the forgotten die of the group a lot of the time. So I'll give that to pink, and I'll put orange at D10. There we go. Submitted. You said ooh, an upset? What did I upset? Reminds me of the whole colors for each subject debate. Science is green, English is blue. Yeah. Okay, so that was 9, 10, 39, and 40. Interesting. Okay, so 9, 10 becomes 11, 12, and 39. 40 becomes 37. 38. next up is going to be 13, 14, and 35, 36. Well, right now, while we did gather some cool ones, 12 minutes is the winner. So, if all goes well, my plan will be to play that through tomorrow night. Kick off a new stream. Which I'm excited about. It'd be kind of fun to start having long plays on the channel. See what we can learn from it. And of course, until we do 100 of them, not gonna really know what it is anyway, right? The old 100 rule. So there's no reason to stress about doing it now. Yep, it is R&D and D, R&D and D. But really, it'll be, you know, playing whatever with that, just as the, you know how it goes. Okay, so then that prints, and then I can get the next one cooking. Yeah, that's a good 13, 14, 15, 16, 33, 34. I find it does make the process of learning things a little bit like, you know, not really worrying until you hit that 100, and usually by then you know a lot more than before, so now you're not worried anymore. Like, I've definitely begun to feel that way the more I apply that. R&D, gotcha. Yeah, it'll be easier with the ands rather than the pluses. I've got, yeah, it's really hard to write ampersand, so I don't really. I have materials for like an intro. I'm just not sure that I'll use it because I think, yeah, I'm not sure that I'll make a title card for it or not. We'll see. I mean, I should. I mean, unironically, that would be, even though to apply the same way, it might be 100 days of, well, no, writing it out 100 times would probably do it. You're right. If only. Just go up to the chalkboard like Bart. You know I will eventually. Did you watch How to Rate? No, I did not. 16, 17, 18, 33, 34, so 31 and 32. Should I? Should I watch it? Is that a prerequisite to working with the music again? I think I should actually know what I'm talking about a little bit more than not at all. This reminds you when to breathe. In case you forget to breathe, stop playing, contemplate, and continue playing. This is only fun. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was thinking about like one way that because I still need to like sit down and properly tell the story of all of these props that I made that kind of sparked my interest in doing all of this. My sort of like my 5 prop puzzle experience. Because I think it could be an interesting story to tell, both like what it meant in the game, but also what it was like for me building it. Because imagine my streams, but instead of you guys getting to be here, it was just me toiling away for so many hours making that stuff. But I figure some of that content might be used well as like a promotion for after I've kicked off my Patreon. Like, I've even thought about doing like, ooh, could I do like 30 days of puzzles? Like really simple puzzles, right? Like you can implement this in your game type of thing, and all of that be pushing people towards the Patreon. So I'll probably talk about the music. Maybe there's a smaller version of a music puzzle that I could create. Oh, it's a meme video, not a serious tutorial. Got it. Okay. Well, then I'll definitely watch it. Now that I know that. One of the synesthesia books I talked about, there's a character named Cabbage Face. Oh, because you can spell cabbage. That'd be a smart way to do it. That'd be a good small version, right? Or a good introductory puzzle for something like that. Getting closer. I do like that. And even honestly, even just coming from that, like there's probably a way to signal like that you know what, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So there's 7 there. There's probably a way to signal a shift of those 7 to like H through whatever. Like there's probably a way to expand on that. And clue people into that. What's a custom key? I don't know what you mean. Oh, like a decipher, so the chords and melody actually sound good. Yeah, which is a cool idea. Like going that far with it. It would certainly be awesome. Go again. Yeah, I don't know why I did that again. But it is the BBG. I can't question its methods. That one I feel like was the printer messing up and not me, because I actually don't know how it printed an extra one there. So 21, 22, 27, 28. Oh, I guess I didn't even realize that I no longer have the map at the center spread. Or maybe there isn't a center spread. There has to be a center spread. So something I'll need to shift, but hey, that's why we do test prints. Print again. last ones. 23, 24, 27, 28, so yeah, 25, 26. And you had determined that the sulfa cipher didn't make sense, right? It didn't work. Because that was the one I was attracted to. In color, this probably wouldn't be a terrible. I'm sorry. Be fun to try printing maybe the riddle stones on this paper actually in color. I bet that would look pretty nice. And print. Man, remember how this used to be so hard on me? This used to be so difficult. I've learned so much. I really can learn. So this is definitely a hardy stack of pages. I'm sure I could do it, but it might not make things great. That's a good point. That's a good point. So I need to shift to 26, 23. Or sorry, I need to shift it to 22 and 23 is where the map needs to go. Hey, thanks, Ren. It's definitely a step in the process. Helps me. Right? Am I crazy? Like, it gives me something to poke at and make notes on. Videos. I can make videos about it. So there we go. Not bad for a couple weeks work. Yeah, so far moving this map from 22-23 to 24-25. I'm sure that'll be simple enough to do. Yeah, I can figure that out. Well, that's what it is. I think I can. I mean, I'll definitely experiment with the saddle stitch. Maybe it'll work. If not, I'll just have to figure out what else I could do. But it's definitely big enough that it could be its own thin actual book, especially when you consider that this also has quick reference and basic rules. They're just separate booklets that go alongside this one. So this was a hefty project. He says while checking in on a craft that is also related to this project. I don't know how long things should take for glue to set. What's the booking? What's the booking cipher? Never heard of it. Yeah, of course. Put it in my research folder. Good night, baby EG. Okay, got that out of the way. All right, so now my plan is what is my plan? My plan is for writing in scrolls, I need to go backwards. So I need to write the last line of the poem and then go up from there. That way everything should be paced out right, even though this pen was done, wasn't it? Yep. This is the this is for the alphabet. Damn, this one too. You know, the one that ends with, yet even at night you can see with me. Curved like the branch of an old tree. It's not very singable, but it sounds nice. It's a start. Cool. Yeah, see, I wonder if the lyrics could be part of what indicates how to treat the C, the A through G. That would always tie in, right? Incredibly custom? Yeah, I think so. Over time, I'll double in size. Where I live, you'd never look twice. Then take a breath, a beat without. That's your line. Take a breath and be without. Now speed it up in still one count. For just a moment, hear my sound. Morse could work. So I'm curious with your interest and knowledge about like rhythm and stuff in poetry. Do you like my main connection apart from like poetry in and of itself is like do you get inspired at all with like lyrical rap? Like Eminem just had a new album come out last month. Does any of that like engage that part? Like he's kind of an insane like the technicality of what he writes is interesting to me, but I don't know, probably doesn't appeal to everybody. Gotcha. I because of videos started getting recommended to me laying out basically the rhyme schemes of rap music, and his are like incredible, especially on my mind because of all of the like, oh okay, let's see how does the rhythm work within these ideas. Where did I put the rest of the paper? I keep losing track of things. It's gotta be here. did I put it? I'll see it as soon as I... Did I put it back? Must have put it back. Nope, there it is. See? I'll find where I set it down as soon as I try to find where it's supposed to be. Gonna need a name for this poem once it's all incorporated. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, so the idea that I had was to name it Silly Marks, like M-A-R-K-S, almost like it's a children's rhyme, and it's Silly Marks because mark is another word for letters, just as another sort of clue. But I'm not like dead set on that or anything. That's true. It could also be titled with the symbols, right? It could literally have like the A-Z symbol at the top, like to help people get it. It doesn't even have to be like a dash, like it could just be the A and the Z a little bit larger than normal maybe, and then that's the clue that it's a A little smiley like the Amazon boxes. A little smiley. Hey, see ya, Chronix. A little smiley. I'm not sure I follow you. Oh, I see what you're saying. Now I follow. Ooh, German children's rhymes. That's good horror fuel, right? Max and Moritz. And what does Max and Moritz mean to you? They're menaces. It's a book of 7 times they were naughty, and then what happened to them when they were caught. Do you remember the Strange Tales of, like, it's like West Side School or something like that? What was that called? West Side, I think is what it was called. Or something sillier sounding than that. Well, that sounds horrifying. And then somewhere, somebody in Germany is like, okay, now good night. I read you the horror story for children. Now you sleep. Oh, Sideways. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Sideways stories of what? Yeah. I used to love that. Wayside, thank you. West Side would have been an odd choice for title, but you never know. What happened to them at the end? Would you like to hear the other 7 strikes first, or just their fate? Just the fates are fine. I lay the path. As at my start to my end, I crawl. As at my start to my end, I'll crawl. Yet more time, and I'm sure to fall. But in time, I'll be strong and tall. Strong and tall. At my start, I'm weak and small. So the 7th naughty thing was they slit holes in the farmer's grain sack so he'd spill the grain on his way, but they got caught. Sounds just like them. I fall so life... No, sorry. But me, I bring only chaos at best. But me, I bring only chaos at best. I cover all things and bring them rest. Everyone at this point was so fed up with these boys' antics, the farmer scooped the boys into the bags, went to the miller and said, "Mr. Miller, I brought the grain to you." And they were ground up into duck feed and fed to the ducks. Goodness. Push from the east to the west. I fall so life itself may be refreshed. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Germany. Again. Then wither I wilt. Wither, I wilt, back down below, I reach. For the sky, I shimmer and glow. I reach for the sky, shimmer and glow, till I quickly emerge and start to grow. I quickly emerge and start to grow. Yeah, you're thinking about the right stuff. Begin life hidden lowest of low. Begin life hidden. Peace. Matisse, what are you doing here? Get out of here. You got stuff to do. You got places to be. Not here. Hello. Feel free to have a vote of which game to play on stream. And taking tallies. Got just a bunch. And if you have any recommendations, getting into that soon. Okay, another vote for Portal. Portal's a great game and relevant given what we were just oh boy, messing everything up. Portal's great. It's yeah. It's super well done. I mean, yeah, I would remember, I think, a lot of them, but some of them are not necessarily, like, memorizable in that way, so I think there would still be fun figuring some of it out again, but I'd certainly look on it in a new light, given taking inspiration. But yeah, I know what you mean. You can't ever go back again, right? Well, I'm glad it was enough to tempt you. Well, it's printed. Is anything ever finished? But yeah, it's in a really good spot. Thanks for asking. Also, actually, Matisse, I didn't do something. Hold on. Let me do something real quick while since you're here. Just a second. Just a moment. What is the there? Since I actually mailed some things out, I got the actual weight of those shipped stickers, and now obviously, Matisse, I'm not suggesting you would purchase, but could you go through the process again and see if the price to ship to where you are changed? Because I'm curious, now that I put in an actual weight rather than sort of something approximating the weight, I'm curious how much that adjusts international shipping, and it'll be easier for you to test, I think, than for me to like guess at an address internationally to try it out. So if you want to do that, that'd be awesome. T found a guy who turns Morse letters into melodies. It sounds kind of swanky, but I'm not sure swanky is what you want. Well, I don't know what I want yet either. Hey, I appreciate it. Okay, so it didn't really matter then. Thanks for checking. I was just curious whether that weight, as minor as the change was, whether it really weighed into it at all. It doesn't sound like it really did. It's just damn international shipping. It'll get you. So you'd probably like to know, Matisse, because you've been kind of locked into this whole process as well as everybody else, especially, but you guys especially. So I did briefly chat with the guy that I'm sending this stuff to, both for the good and the. It's not really bad, but I was describing this earlier. I think you guys were elsewhere. The interesting sort of creative slump. So I first, the really fun stuff is that the kids all love the Riddlestones. He sort of incorporated it, made it a key part of the adventure that he ran, like the MacGuffin, basically, for them. And he said that was going really well. Didn't sound like they'd finished the adventure yet, but that was some real positive feedback. And then what I was confirming with him was like, hey, there's not much of summer camp left. Obviously, kids are going back to school, and I was confirming where I could send it. Hopefully it can be used next time. And that's totally an option, right? So I'm still going to send these last two, which is a little bit like I kind of knew, it was always going to be close, and it was a crazy goal in the first place. And it's still really good to send the first one, and I'm obviously still going to follow through with sending all the stuff. It's still a fun story. It's still like really cool to get all of this stuff put together. So I'm. It's honestly the crazy thing is coming to basically the end of this 50-page basically adventure. Part of the reason I'm gonna try let's play a game before going straight into the letter puzzle stuff is there's a bit of a slump creatively when it's like, I think that combined with also me launching my store finally is like, and it's almost it's not a bad feeling necessarily, but I think it's going from like a buzzing down to like normal again. There's a come down from completing things, even if they're not really complete. Obviously they're works in progress, but to like check a big box and then be like, okay now what? Yeah, so which is why it's like, hey, let's make a scroll today. That sounds like fun. But I'm excited to learn to get more details, hopefully, on how the riddle stones were received. That's, I think, the most accessible of these 3 puzzles, and so it's exciting to hear that people had fun with it. It basically is, yeah. It'll get more reasonable, I think, going forward. But I still want to, like I said, I'm still going to power through them and basically treat it as though it still is what it is. Up until the point that it's not. And then it'll be something even better. All right. Okay. That's definitely solid with the those at the on the side. I do have a proper wrap for it, but I want to hold it together like that so everything, it's hopefully a lot of good pressure on the glued paper. I got this here. Got this. This is just an experiment. Not very helpful. Ooh, and looks like tomorrow we'll be playing 12 minutes. So that'll be fun. The IPA? No. What's the IPA? I think in bigger projects like this, you'll always get to a moment in which finishing becomes more the task, recognizing this moment is coming soon enough and refocusing something else would not. Yeah, that's it. I mean, for sure. Only help yourself, but also the general creative process and the big. Yeah, I mean, to be, it's more of a. I think the moments are more localized. So far, they're not sustained or anything like that. Like, there's still a lot of really, like, there's a lot more exciting stuff coming than there is right now. And honestly, like, right now, the way that I would tell the story of all this stuff right now is that it's on the one hand, like, I mostly failed at my goal, but I've also, like, created, some of the best creative work of my life in the process, right? Like, to me, that's the through line, and I can feel good about that. Hey, what's up, Purple Boy? You're just catching the tail end here, closing it up. Got a scroll made. It's drying. There's some joined paper there. Gonna try playing 12 minutes, I think, tomorrow's stream. Be the first time playing a game on stream, and printed and loosely assembled. Oh, yeah, and I screwed up the centerfold for the map is in the wrong spot. It needs to be in 24 and 25, not 22 and 23. So that's why we print test booklets. The IPA is the International Phonetic Alphabet. It's the thing you see in dictionaries where it tells you how to pronounce things. Ah, yeah, the stuff that nobody, well, maybe some people understand. I certainly don't, but I could learn. And then it could be useful. Good stuff. Better swing this closer now. Ugh. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Nice little diversion here. But I think this will work. Like, I'm not testing the ends here with too much pressure, but the dowel rods combined with the wood glue seems like it'll hold. I'm not sure how much pressure I want to put it under to test, but that means that I can make a bunch more like it, which would be cool. So, the sounds we make in English. Yeah. Huh. Something to try. Everybody have a great Friday. Matisse, enjoy your vacation. Hopefully you're off doing that, and we'll be back at it in some form or another, maybe playing a video game tomorrow night. It'll be an interesting experiment. So I look forward to that. Matisse, I think the goal in general, at least for us following stream, was never really finishing on time for camera. Goal was mainly learning and helping. Yeah. I think I said from the get-go, like, this is a crazy goal. And getting anything sent, knowing that, like, I contributed an adventure and a puzzle and a prop and all that stuff and packaged it in a way that I was proud of, like, that was really cool. Like, I'm really happy with that. So yeah, there's no negatives at all. I'll make sure that, so when I think about, I need to do a little bit more research, but into exactly how to do it. But I'll definitely post the start time for sure. Because I also need to look at how long it takes to play and try to, because for this, for 12 minutes, I think I want to try to do it all in one go. Because I think it's about a 3 to 5 hour game. So try to post a long play, which I need to figure out whether that's just what the stream title becomes or whether I need to then take the stream, edit it into a long play that I post. We'll have to see. But I'll definitely post into the Discord, and maybe if I'm really on the ball, I'll get the scheduled stream up. That's probably better than anything else. So I'll do my best to get that up for a stream like this, where missing the beginning kind of misses a lot. So I will do that. Cool. Thanks, everybody. Good stream. Looking forward to tomorrow. Everybody have a great Friday. See you guys.